Good morning, colleagues of the 24th or 25th Resources and Development Committee. Appreciate you all being here and driving here safely. And also like to welcome our legislative services staff and our legal counsel. And I'd like to give our thanks to Navajo Agriculture Project Industry for allowing Resources and Development Committee to be meeting here today. And also, welcome to our guests that are here in person. Thank you for being here, and also to our listeners on the call. So just for information purposes, we still are lacking one member to get a quorum. So we're going to go to, since we have 3 reports, which is usually lengthy, I'd like to go ahead and go straight to receiving reports. Next time, I'd like to go ahead and receive a report from San Juan County, New Mexico on the economic feasibility study of freight rail service and potential railroad alignments between the Four Corners region and the I-40 corridor. We do have presenters, Mr. Mike Stark, who's the county manager, and Stephen Savera, Deputy County Manager, San Juan County. So gentlemen, if you'd like, you can go ahead and start your presentation to the members of the Resources and Development Committee. And usually at a time like this, we would call the meeting to order till we get one more member. So I believe Vice Chair Johnson is on his way. So once he gets here, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. But this time we'll go ahead and proceed with receiving reports.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, just for record purposes, refer to NNC section 183 meetings of quorum E. It does state that quorum shall not be required for hearing of reports by standing committees. Reports may be accepted by a simple majority of members of the standing committee present. So we can proceed. Just want to make that on record. Madam Chair, members have already seen.
Yeah, thank you, Marlene, for that. I appreciate it. So with that, we'll go ahead and yield the time over to you for your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where would you like us to present from up front?
If you want, yeah, consent for both front, and I do believe we have slides as well, right here. Table.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. What an honor to be here today and present to the RDC committee about a really important project to the San Juan County, the Navajo Nation, the Four Corners, related to improving infrastructure and economic development opportunities here in the area. Joining me today, as mentioned, is Deputy County Manager introduce myself again, Mike Stark, San Juan County Manager. This is Deputy County Manager Stephen Saavedra, and then also joining us in the back is County Commissioner Gary McDaniel, who's here today. So this is a project that hopefully everybody can see okay. If you can't, I'll step back even further. We've been working on in conjunction with the Navajo Nation since February of 2020. We entered into what I would consider a historic memorandum of understanding to look at ways that we can collaborate together, to look at expanding infrastructure to the area via freight rail. In fact, I would like to note that the individual that was intricately involved at that time, representing Four Corners Economic Development, is Mr. Arvin Trujillo, who's here with us today. So he's the one that helped join that partnership together back in February of 2020, just 1 month before our economy shut down. That's when COVID hit, just 1 month prior. So the timing couldn't have been better. Let me see if this will work now. Here we go. So what's this project about and why is it so important? And hopefully you all can see it. If not, you should all have, members of the committee should have that PowerPoint presentation in front of you. But this is a map of the Navajo Nation and some of the border communities. And really what you're seeing here, it's depicting all of the large industrial complexes that have either shut down or are going to be shutting down relative to coal-fired power and mining operations. So probably all too familiar to this group. things started with Navajo Generating Station in 2019. That closed as well as the corresponding Kayenta mine. And then things cascaded to the right if you just kind of work your way around. It doesn't say the San Juan Generating Station closed, but it did in 2022, both the power plant and the mine, and that's a huge driver of jobs and obviously tax resources. And then as you work down, you can see Escalante power plants closed around roughly the same time down the McKinley, Cibola County area. And then you can see the other plant closures that are getting ready to happen, to include the Four Corners Power Plant is potentially set to close in 2031. And those industrial complexes have a traumatic impact on our economy in terms of jobs and tax revenues and philanthropic donations that come from those entities that have been here. Then you can kind of see some of the statistics that apply today pre-COVID with some of the challenges that exist within San Juan County and the Navajo Nation. With San Juan Generating Station, it was 3,000 direct and indirect jobs, high wage jobs, over $80,000 a year that are also, I think, important and for folks that are not from this area to know. Those jobs don't just support 1, 2, 3, 4 people. They support multiple generations. And so when you lose a high-paying job like that, it has a ripple effect throughout our entire area. We've had a number of public information meetings about this project and ultimately to gather input relative to a feasibility study that we've been conducting. So when we received the MOU and we were working with the Navajo Nation, still are today, of course, we were able to apply collectively for a $2 million U.S. Department of Transportation build grant. And that $2 million helped to fund a feasibility study. And these are the meetings that we've been holding throughout the county, starting back in 2022, just finishing up here in 2024 with a series of meetings to gather input on why is this needed? How would it help our economy? What import and export opportunities could the entire area benefit from? What type of job replacement would we be looking at relative to the jobs that are being lost or jobs that are going to continue to be lost? And then talk about routing. What would routing look like? Bringing up, as the chair explained to the agenda.
I'm so sorry, we do have, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson that had arrived. So Rodney, at this time,
Press the pause button, I'm sorry.
oh, yeah, so let's go ahead and call the meeting officially to order, so. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 10:29 a.m. And with that, Rodney, can we please take roll call?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for Research and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nations Council's regular meeting for Monday, November 4th, 2024. Roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Here.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Excuse. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Excuse.
Excuse. Honorable Otto.
Present.
Honorable Otto is present. Madam Chair, you have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum for this regular meeting. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Going on to the invocation for those yards, speaker so for those who would copy with.
Oh,
Then DJ Fagi, kami din copy DJ.
okay then, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for pressing for me to do the invocation, and I will provide that, and let's go ahead and maybe just pause and have this prayer right now. Kodojo na son macho na invoca. Shin ke ko ipendi. Jesu ka o ko dance an. Ke ka ke in. San zin da fin so ben ke ke green. Be kai. Na don da ko Jesu ka o da sho o dance an ko ya da ifo da jono na la la ko ya la ko do ya ni ya ina da shi the one that I did that I think so if this year it's how na really ko is cut o yo ke ti do ni ko do shi ji ka ya te ko da don da ni ji ka de ya da do ni ji ta ta ba ji ko ka ji ka那是一种，你自己看的嘛，你也看对，一个看过，没，看自己看也不，只需要看，一个我们大家讲，那地方也一样，那地方，一个当你真的我你大地方，你看到你家你自你真经历你才看，然后那你也做他去对了。Ya ko ada ego ka di tu ada ego ni da ni na ni anya da ego ni da we ke ko ni ni ke da hu sti ko te ano ni yo da shin so a ti shin ka yo ya ego da hu sin ni da ce da ba ni jan ji ko ne da ba di ni ya this year da ya o tada nes go okay na di da ero in the issue I don't know we see the kind the need ero which is how that is so very careless I don't know the guilty need it so very careless in capital area in the close make out the strings na wake or wrong clean and it's wrong get wrong don't hear you don't keep ni na di so how is it or not sleep
Do we have any announcements, colleagues, at this time? Rodney?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, tomorrow is election day, so right now we have 2 hours administrative leave to exercise our right to vote. Then on Wednesday and Thursday, November 6th and 7th, RDC has their strategic strategy session that will be held in Albuquerque. Then on Friday, November 8th, we have the Resource and Development Committee and Navajo EPA Protection Agency's consultation with the U.S. federal government, EPA. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that's my announcement.
Thank you for that, Rodney. So going on down our proposed agenda, item number 2, recognize two guests and visiting officials. So with that, I just wanted to put on record that we do have representatives with San Juan County who are presenting the freight rail service, the proposed freight rail service that will be staggered across the eastern part of the Navajo Nation. We also, we'll see Mr. Longhand here, but we also have, Navajo Agriculture Products Industry representatives here. We do have the CEO, here, and along with, Mr. Zeller and his team. Again, we have their CPA accountants that will be presenting here and their chief financial officer, as well. So, and again, we do have representatives from Intech here, Ms. Natasha, and also Mr. Trujillo, who are also representatives from Intech here. And we also have representatives of the NAFI board that are here as well this morning, along with the Office of the Speaker. Mr. Mahayo, famous for being here and being representing the Office of the Speaker. And again, colleagues, to our legal counsel again, Ms. Khan, and also to our legislative services staff. So with that, I'd like to go forward on to item number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. Rodney, if you can please read the proposed agenda to the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee, the 25th Navajo Nations Council's regular meeting for Monday, November 4th, 2024, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson. Honorable Casey Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location, Navajo Agriculture Product Industry. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal. October 4th, 2024, regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, report from San Juan County, New Mexico on the economic feasibility study of the freight rail services and the potential railroad alignment between the Four Corners region and the I-40 corridor. B, report from Navajo Housing Authority on the stability of the enterprise and chief executive officer's renewal executive session will be required. C, report from Navajo Agricultural Product Industry, NAPI, and Navajo Pride LLC on the FY 2024 annual audit per NAPI's plan of operation, Article 13. Executive session will be required. 6, old business. A, legislation number 0121-24, an action relating to resource development, endorsing the amendment to the plan of operation of the Eastern Navajo Agency Council. 7, new business, none. 8, close the meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record.
Christine, thank you for that. Rodney, make it a motion to accept the agenda. Vice Chair Johnson and second by Speaker. So, colleagues, do we have any questions on the proposed agenda here before us? Going once, going twice. With that, Rodney, can you take roll call?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shannon Claw, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Augusto, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Augusto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Rodney. So with that, motion carries, and we do have an approved agenda for our Monday, November 4th, regular Resources Development Committee meeting. Going on to item number 4, reviewing and approving journal. We do have the October 14th, 2024 RDC regular meeting journal that was emailed out by our legislative services staff. So at this time, I'd like to request for a motion. Motion by Chair Nez. May I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. Colleagues, do we have any questions on the October 14th journal that was emailed out by our legislative services staff? Going once, going twice. With that, Rodney, roll call vote, please.
Madam Chairman of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the journal for October 14th, 2024. Honorable Shannon Claw, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Augusto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Augusto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. So going on to item 5, receiving report. We had started hearing the report from San Juan County. So at this time, gentlemen, I'd like to go ahead and allow 20 minutes for your presentation, starting at 10:40 a.m. So you do have the floor.
Okay, thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'll continue. I think we're in slide 3 of the packet in front of you. Would you like me to go back? Would that be helpful for Vice Chair, anybody else in the room?
Just go ahead and proceed.
Okay. So as mentioned, we were the recipient of a $2 million bill grant to have a feasibility study done, just to evaluate. And that's where we're at right now, is evaluating is it possible, what would it take, how much would it cost, what would be the economic benefits of having a freight rail spur coming up from the I-40 corridor up to somewhere within San Juan County, the Navajo Nation. Given some of the economic challenges we're seeing with the loss of really good jobs at power plants and mines, and even some of the volatility in other industries that we see in our area. So that's the purpose of this study right now. And I'll talk a little bit about the timeline, but certainly a great effort when it came to, because we're nearing the end. We hope by the end of this year, we'll actually have the study. It's been a little more than a 2-year effort to get to this point. We'll have it completed and available for publication by the end of the year. But these were the formal input meetings that we had. We had a lot of informal meetings, opportunities to present to groups like this, civic groups throughout the area, really anybody who wanted to hear about the study and more importantly, to gather input and feedback as we hope to do today, actually. This is another input session for us when we're looking at this project. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of what's been done, a lot of good marketing to make sure there was awareness of these meetings via radio and social media. So hopefully some of you in this room, I know some of you in this room were able to attend these meetings, and we certainly appreciated your attendance. This is an older graphic, and so I would note, and with an NTEC representative in the room, I believe this is from 2 years ago, but it really hits home on the point of what we're getting ready to lose if the power plant can't remain in operation beyond 2031. And I think this is a really good summary. I'll try a lot in this room on reiterating things, but these numbers may have changed from 2 years ago to now. But you know, Four Corners Power Plant and Navajo Mine represent 39% of the Navajo Nation general fund budget. I think that's gone down just a bit from last year to this year. But you can see the economic impact of $125 million through a variety of different taxes, royalty, wages, Navajo sales tax, community benefit fund. I mean, just an incredible impact that facility has within the entire area. In terms of employment, these numbers may have changed as well, just a little bit, but Navajo Nation members employed by the mine and the plant, 318 of 370, 230 of 268, a combined 86% of the employees are Navajo Nation members. So that's the warning sign. The warning sign really started with Navajo Generating Station, moved to San Juan, and now we're looking out ahead. What are we going to have in place collectively, our entire area, to provide good jobs so our kids, our grandkids, future generations can call this home? And they need to have a good form of employment. And so that's really what this project is all about. So here's the dilemma. This is the freight rail network throughout the entire United States, and you can see what's missing in the big green circle. We have no connectivity to the freight rail, which some people have, I've heard the comment, different meetings, well, why do we want to have this outdated transportation infrastructure in our community? Are we going to be flying everything by drones here soon? So that your package comes right to your house. Well, the reality is 40% of our nation's goods are shipped via freight rail. So when we lack that type of transportation infrastructure in our community, we're missing out on other economic opportunities that could be coming here when site selectors that are looking to move a company from somewhere else to potentially here look and say, okay, well, do you have freight rail? We don't check that box. End of conversation. If that's an important piece of infrastructure for them, we don't even get to question two. When we look at local companies here that are paying an exorbitant amount to ship goods, NAPI being a great example of not just two things: A, increased transportation costs; B, the opportunity to export to markets that are beyond, a 4 or 3 or 4 state area. The Transcom line that runs through Gallup, if you didn't know, runs from the port of LA all the way to Chicago. And so then you've got branches of the freight rail network that you can catch to get down to the southeastern part of the US, or all the way over to the LA port. When you get to LA, now you're able to export your product globally. And so that would bring a lot of new opportunities, just not for new businesses potentially looking to come here, new industries looking to develop here, but existing industries who would benefit from reduced shipping costs as well as the wider export market. So as I mentioned, we've been working on this. We collectively, there's been a number of different studies between the county, the Navajo Nation, FORSED, a lot of attempts to look at how do we fill in that gap in the Four Corners area when it comes to rail infrastructure, and just a lot of studies, but just not a lot of progress. And so I'm happy to report that we've made more progress to date since 2020 that's ever been made. In fact, I'm going to share some really exciting news with you that we got last week. The MOU was a big part of that. the grant that we got from the federal government was a big part of that, and then also the support we got from the San Juan County legislative delegation, our state, elected officials. The Four Corners congressional delegation, they've been very very involved and helpful in this effort, and then NMDOT is very supportive of seeing this project happen. So as I mentioned earlier, why freight rail? Well, 40% of US freight is shipped by rail more than any other mode of transportation. When you look at it from a greenhouse gas perspective, environmentally, shipping by rail would be better for the environment in terms of carbon emissions. If you roll down to the bottom part of the slide here, railroads are the most efficient way to move freight over land, moving an average of 1 ton of freight. You can do so 480 miles per gallon of diesel. So it is a very efficient way to move freight, three to four times more efficient than trucks, and better for the environment. So we analyzed, as part of this study, was meeting with potential local companies, first and foremost, that might be able to take advantage of freight rail, and if it was available, would they? And so that was 100 different interviews that were conducted with our consulting firm, which what I want to mention to you about our consulting firm, that was a joint effort to go out to a request for proposals after we got the grant. Myself, Mr. Trujillo served on the RFP committee, Henry Silentman, we weren't with the county yet. We had one other individual that were on the committee, and we had two proposals forwarded to us. And HDR Engineering, who's a very large engineering firm, does a lot of national rail engineering projects, but they're also an international firm. So we were fortunate to bring them on board. They conducted these interviews and really wanted to find out what are the import and export opportunities. If this existed, what could we see in this area? You can see that farm products, number one on the list, could be exported. Recyclables, a lot of interest in, and I think there's a group working with recycling solar panels and seeing that as an opportunity in this area. Likewise, there are a lot of solar projects that are being considered in for this area, not just here, but recently we were up in southwestern Colorado. The Sun Bear solar project, 1,000 megawatt project that's being proposed there. It would be very helpful for them to be able to use freight rail to import solar panels and other products with that. Food products, obviously, if we have some value added agriculture and exporting those to new markets. Energy, lots of opportunity with energy here within our community, and then manufactured goods that may be available here. Pasco has been working on, has developed a mobile hydrogen generator in conjunction with Biotech. They would be very interested in seeing that hydrogen generator shipped via rail versus the expense that comes via truck. And then what are the inbound materials? You know, to have a successful rail line, you have to have product going both ways. It can't just be a one-way deal. You want to see that train full, going up, coming back. So minerals, fertilizers, a lot of inputs that go into the products here at Nappy. Forest products up north, southwestern Colorado, interested in seeing some export opportunities there. Fertilizers, fuel. Who likes paying high gas prices here? Raise your hand. I'm not raising my hand. Do you know if we had freight rail, you would actually see the price of fuel come down? Because that's exactly what's happening in Gallup. They transport their fuel in by rail. The retail locations there pick up fuel they've got a sort of a mini freight rail transloading facility there. And that's part of the reason that they have lower gas prices by 30 to 40 cents a gallon compared to us. And part of it is the transportation cost. So if we were able to have a freight rail line, I have no doubt we would see lower fuel prices here. And then also metals. You know, you need to have, if you're going to have a Pesco building hydrogen generators, you need to have the import metals that come with that. So they put materials into their products. would be necessary and of course for costs advantageous to ship via freight rail. So this is really where we come in these meetings and try to get a lot of input on is the recommended alignment routes. And so as part of the HDR team, they had not just their railroad engineers, they also brought in some folks that work with the Federal Railroad Administration, which has been very helpful to the project. They also had BNSF, former executives that are on their team. And you might ask, well, why is that so important? Well, if you want to get connection to the I-40 corridor here, the BNSF line, you only do that if you have their permission. So that was important that we had somebody on the team that could speak to that and kind of know what, where the wind's blowing at BNSF. And so ultimately, you've got a series of 5 different routes here, but only 2 connection points that right now it's believed BNSF would approve. One, and they're both existing. One over here that we're calling the Fort Defiance route with the existing rail line that's over here. And then over by Pruitt, that existing Star Lake route that runs up and can connect all the way up into the San Juan County Four Corners area. And ideally right now, the best transloading facility, so where would this project ultimately end up, is actually just north of here. All 5 routes were determined that the best transloading facility would be just north of Nappy on Navajo Nation lands. And so with that comes the opportunity for a lot of transactions that can take place there. And that's where the revenue part of this happens. I know one of the questions we've received is, well, if this were built out, regardless of what route selected, what would be the benefit to the Navajo Nation? And controlling and owning that line, but more importantly, the transloading facility, when goods are put on, the cash register rings. When goods are taken off, the cash register rings. To have that opportunity of those transactions of all the different economic activity that exists today, but could exist in the future, is what I think would be the ultimate benefit in total. Just like today, the Four Corners Power Plant, some may say, and I know we received this feedback down when we had a meeting in Crown Point, is how does this freight rail benefit me? None of this even comes through here, right? Well, how does Four Corners Power Plant benefit you? Well, it benefits you because of the broader jobs, the broader tax revenues that ultimately benefit the entire system, the entire Navajo Nation. Without those big job producers, you don't have economic impact in other areas. You don't have philanthropic impact of donations from a BHP Billiton or a NTEC or name the power plant, San Juan Generating Station, P&M. That's where you get some benefit. And so with that, you can see, and I'll just go back to the routes here. There's a route that runs up 491. That's just proposed. And by the way, these are 5-mile swaths. So when you look at them on the map, you think, gosh, that might be running through my backyard. Well, it's 5 miles across is what that colored line represents. So it's a really wide corridor. It's just conceptual. It's not a detailed, defined route. And then you can see another one that runs up through here up 371, portion one that would run up kind of close to the McGeezy area and then come back around. But all of these, regardless of how they work, all run and end here for the transloading facility just north of Nappy. There's even a spur here for Navajo line. It might be something that could be advantageous. So these are all prospective routes, and a lot of the feedback we've been getting has been fairly positive. The feedback that hasn't is really specific to concerns folks have, legitimate concerns about grazing leases. What would happen with those and how would that work? The route in general about, well, if the route runs close to Tehachapi or Nashidi, is there a spur that could be built out that would benefit our area? If without it, the train would just pass through, there wouldn't necessarily be that opportunity for future opportunities. All good feedback. There's been feedback about just, different employment opportunities that might come with a freight rail line. So, that's the whole point of these meetings, and really the entire project as a whole. We gather all this feedback and to make sure, we've captured it all, and ultimately, we've got a good document that represents what the entire area is looking to see. Not just relative to freight rail, I'll be honest with you. This is a project based on the future. What do you want the future to look like of San Juan County, the Navajo Nation, the entire Four Corners area? And so it's been good when we've had those conversations, because a lot of other things tend to surface up, so. As I mentioned, public involvement and agency coordination it's been a really important part of this project. Two other key members of the team that were hired by HDR, two of our tribal liaisons and consultants, one of which is with us here today, Mr. Tom Chi, and Mr. Al Henderson, have been out visiting with chapters, council delegates, key officials on the Navajo Nation to make sure they have full awareness and understanding of the feasibility study, what's being done, what's not being done. It's just a study. And so, but more importantly, to get feedback again from folks and to answer any questions or concerns that they might have. And that's been very important. We appreciate all their work with this project. And then I mentioned again, just to point out here, the coordination with BNSF, that's critical. So benefits, this is just a summary of all things that we talked about. Obviously, reducing freight traffic would also, in addition to the environmental benefits, lower transportation costs would also decrease and create a safer transportation network. Here in the area, we'd have less truck traffic, not necessarily here locally. I think that's one of the misnomers that we've received feedback on is that, well, you're gonna put a lot of good trucking jobs at risk. Folks that are driving in and out of here today. Well, that may be true for folks that are driving here to, long haul trucking elsewhere, but I think what you're gonna see once if a transloading facility were developed here and a rail line built, you're gonna see a lot of local trucking opportunities increase, because now you need to see more freight being moved here in the local market versus leaving this area and going elsewhere. You also would see a more efficient movement of freight connections to existing BNSF network, reducing shipping costs. And of course, what we hope would come out of this is economic opportunities to help offset potential losses that have already been seen with Navajo Generating Station, San Juan, and then potentially in 2031, what could happen with Four Corners Power Plant. So this is the good news I wanted to share. So in May, we applied for a CRISI grant. So what that would allow for is today we're studying just the feasibility. So, looking at the different routes, looking at the economic benefits, kind of a, environmental, cultural resources desktop study, but it's just a desktop study. It's not getting in the weeds. Looking at some of the other, railroad engineering operations plans. There's a section about connection points and how that would work, transloading facility, how big, how long, how many cars. But to take the project to the next phase, which we've had a lot of questions about. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so the 20 minutes has elapsed. Colleagues, do you want to go ahead and give an additional 5 minutes here to the presenters?
Okay.
We'll go ahead and allow an additional 5 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll be more concise. So we're almost done. So we applied for this grant, and it's going to allow for preliminary engineering, where you can take the 5 mile swath and condense it down to what a railroad needs, which is 100-foot right of way. Then you can kind of get detailed plans, and you can see more clearly about where it would go and how it would run, how would you accommodate for grazing leases, et cetera. And then also the NEPA analysis. That's going from a desktop review to actually, looking at all of the cultural, biological, environmental resources along the respective routes. It would be a very detailed analysis to know, is it possible? Are there any any issues that could keep one of those prospective routes from not continuing forward. So we applied for $4 million grant from the federal government. Along with the Navajo Nation, we received the support letters from our congressional delegation, President Nygren, NMDOT, the Secretary of NMDOT. And we also got New Mexico to pony up through a grant, an extra $1 million, was a required match of $1 million. That would have been difficult to make happen with our collective partners here. In total though, $5 million, and I'm happy to announce that last week we received word that we received the grant. So we could at least continue on to see a more detailed analysis of those prospective routes. And of course, to ask for more feedback and input as to what those would look like and how this could potentially benefit the area. And there are the letters of support that I mentioned from those three entities. So, and last but not least, a lot of information, a lot of previous studies that have been developed that are all available on our project website. The number 4 corners, freightrail.com. And so that's the repository that we're using in terms of gathering all the information from public input meetings, future, like previous studies, current studies. All of that data is being collected and is located right there. So that would be a great place to go if you want to share this information with somebody. You want to just go look for yourself on what's been accomplished today. If you want to leave us a comment and send us an email about what your thoughts are on this prospective project, we would love to hear you, and all that's being tracked. And you can see all the comments that have been made to date. So with that, once again, Madam Chair, thank you for the time. We appreciate it. And we'd be happy to stand for any questions you might have anytime exists.
Thank you, Mr. Stark, for the presentation. At this time, colleagues, may I get a motion to accept the report?
Motion.
Speaker So, may I get a second? May I get a second, colleagues? Chair Ness. Colleagues, do we have any questions for the presenters here regarding the freight rail project that was presented here before us this morning? Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, Mr. Stark, certainly appreciate your presentation here today. And good to have County Commissioner McDaniel with us. On your recommended alignment routes, the map, when you showed the 5 routes, the one from Star Lake, as well as I believe El Segundo. I noticed that it ends right where it says 509, and the interstate is down south. So, is there a reason why it stops there? That's my first question. My other concern is when you say if you were to go out to the chapters and explain what you did about this 5 mile wide area, I think we need to be careful that people don't misunderstand that it's a 5 mile right of way. So just to warn you on that. So, but my question is just how come it just kind of stops short of I-25, I-40, Madam Chair?
Question? Thank you, Chair Ness. With that, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Mr. Stark for a response in regards to the question by Chair Ness.
Madam Chair and Chair Ness, you're speaking of down here on the I-40 corridor, or are you talking up here?
Right there.
Right there. So I think the thought was there was an unusable portion of track that when they were analyzing this, that they wanted to actually bring the grain swath down a little further. So I don't think it was necessarily going to end here. It's just a matter of picking it up here and then running it up to this area. Does that make sense, or is that not what you're saying?
I was just wondering why. I know the railroads go east and west along I-40 somewhere,
Mhm.
and I was asking How come it stops short of there? Is there a rail that goes across there still?
There's a rail there.
Is that it there?
Yes, yes, and in the I-40 corridor, you can see the dotted line is running right through it and then on down.
So is that is a functional rail line right there?
This is functional, this is still in use, it is functional.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Any other colleagues with any questions?
Um,
Speaker Sutton.
Thank you, for the presentation, I know that, the conversation has been going on for some time. And, I just would like to indicate that, I think that the dialogue, of the rail study, I guess, needs to continue to work to make it. Realistically, at the end of the day, you're gonna be going through travel trust land or any type of lands that are identified as Indian land. And, let's just reiterate that we do have to find a way to make sure that how the city of Farmington portrays Navajo. That has to go away. Although I'm from Arizona, I lived in Shiprock for a while. And I see how the city of Farmington treats Navajo. And it's today, it still goes on. And I think that's one area that makes me think about it. I send the same messages to Flagstaff. Farmington is there for a purpose. It's not there for a certain race. It's not there for a certain color. Farmington always had that issue. And somewhere those type of relationship needs to, that type of today may be different. I know that I'm not too sure there was a Native American board member or council member that was seated not too long ago. But that's just always been the case. I've been in the San Juan County Basin for too many years to actually see that. And to hear Native Americans go through that. And I think that somewhere that portion of that history needs to go. It shouldn't exist today. And I think that's a lot of what the locals here in this region would look at. Yes, it's good that there's jobs there. But at times, it's makes me think that, at some point, they're gonna ask us for something. And you're gonna want it. My grandfather was, my great grandfather, I was very privileged to see him. I grew up at the intersection of Highway 160 in Arizona and Highway 264. And we saw the highway was coming this way. He always said that, now look at those vehicles going. You see trucks. They're taking goods wherever this road ends. And it connects to another road. all those produce, whatever supplies coming through is being transported through Navajo. Basil easement. Meaning that funds went through the highway. And he goes, I was only 5 years old. How much of that you think benefits us? I said, no, some benefit was our communities off the reservation. And for so long, it's been like that. And I think that that relationship between the locals here pertaining to the issues somewhere, you know, we have to bury that and move forward as human. And that's gonna be my first statement before we move forward. I did have a conversation with you guys at one point. I just listened. But I think that if a lot of people in this region really saw this, what the county is requesting of Navajo, I believe they're gonna raise this question. City of Farmington treats us like this. San Juan treats us like this. City of Bloomfield treats us like this. Aztec. And that's just my thought. I have 2 boys that come from Shiprock. That's the reason why I say that. We should, you know, this, but as we move forward, you know, I think that if you want Navajo to really partner up with you, you really need to address Navajo and work with us. That's all I ask. And then the Navajo Nation has a certain process that's in place by law. And those processes that, as long as you follow those process that outlined in Navajo law, I'm okay to move forward to have the dialogue. But at some point, when the issue of proving the right of way comes forth at that time, this committee will address that. And those are just a lot of my concerns. I do agree, wholeheartedly agree that economic development and sustainability is something that we should be all looking at. Because you look at the San Juan County Basin, you have many people that live in Farmington, Bloomfield. You have many people that live in Kirtland, Waterflow, and so forth. And I think it's a key solution to the economic piece that could be unleashed when this railway is built. Navajo can benefit from this. And at the same time, the San Juan. As long as we have that dialogue of government to government, we are okay. And then we'll revert to one thing that happened. 2017. San Juan County thought that Navajo was a burden. So they end up turning over, took all their funds away from the fire stations. And at that time, President Rustin Brigade said, okay, let's give it to us. We end up picking up the tab on that. But remember, those Navajos that live in San Juan County has their dear constituents. They have come. And I share the same thing with Coconino County from where I'm from. Always tell them that. Oh, you're on the reservation. We can't do this because of this. We can't do this because of that. We can't. It seems that the county is from here all the way to Coconino County, says there's an exclusion because it's Indian trust land. You don't pay taxes. But they don't consider Navajos coming to the border town and pouring their monies into Walmart, into Safeway, into whatever stores that are there, necessities that our people go off the reservation to buy to at least feed their children, whether they're working, whether it's supplemental benefits such as food stamp, AFDC welfare. That's a form of resources that come into the economy system there, but yet, I guarantee you, if you look at the books of the county, how much of the county dollars is reinvested into the Navajo Indian Reservation? In those communities such as however far San Juan County extends into Navajo. I guarantee you it's almost 0%. Maybe some. And but I'm an optimist and I gladly see this project as feasible. Can that be done? But we're gonna have to come to the middle and work together to benefit all. Because as you look at the map there, you're gonna have people that live in San Juan County, you have people that may be living in McKinley County. And yeah, the 2 counties. So there, you know, these conversations as we move forward, you know, pertaining to right-of-way fees. When right-of-way fees are implemented, companies say, oh, we can't pay that. I will put tall grass on the air. Oh, this is all we can give you. By law, we are a nation that sets what we determine is accurate based off of what are the numbers that is projected from the federal government. Not outrageous fees, but what is modest to apply fees to. And that's just where I'm at. And for me, you know, I really appreciate the presentation. But at some point, if we don't say this, is this gonna be swept under the rug? And at the end of the day, Navajo is gonna get, you know, put back at the end. But we want to benefit from this, if this railway is gonna come through Navajo. And benefiting, meaning that it will improve a lot of the livelihood, the necessity that's needed, that's being trucked to the city of Farmington. And you're right. Trucking goods into Farmington in whatever route costs money. And that applies to the fuel costs. But yes, if a railroad is built, it will alleviate some of these costs that we have to pay, businesses have to pay the transport on trucking companies. So that's the way I see it. And NAPI, I really see that this will apply and really benefit from it. And we have we have a coal mine also that could continue to flourish off of it. We could continue with mining. And even though the power plant is set to close in 2031, if this is really realistic, we can continue operation. And this is what I mean. Navajo has an interest in this. Because back here, as how the city government, the county government is operating. we have to look at revenues coming in. So that we can sustain our government. If we don't have revenue coming in, that comes in, that means that we have to take from services that we provide to the communities. And, that's what I think. But again, moving forward, just work with us. Let's try to fix this store relationship that happened there. And I always use again, the, how the history reform is. And what went down on the, San Juan, fire stations, but Navajo took over. End of the day, let's close the door. And, I was there. That's the reason why I say that. And we end up picking up the fire stations at Lincoln. I think Oho has one, Shiprock has one. There's 8 fire stations that we took over. Now, my thought is, where does Navajo benefit from county resources? Maybe we have to live off the reservation to benefit from it. And yes, we have Navajos living off the reservation, like in Bloomfield and Farmington, up towards La Plata, so forth. But I guarantee you, if you go to a Navajo that's living off the reservation, you ask them, how has the county helped you? Oh, they just made sure that we paid our property taxes. That's probably the statement that will come up. But again, somewhere, we have to bridge that gap, and that's just from me. I'm just one person out of this standing committee. And if it goes to full council, I'm just one person out of 24. And, that's just, what I wanted to bring up here. I think that will be a really good icebreaker. And, moving forth, I look forward, to more conversation to address this need, because your economy and our economy need each other. Somewhere we have to bridge that gap. And, we have to work something out on this. We have to make sure that we benefit from it equally. Not to say, oh, we built it, you can't use it. We built it, you can't do this. You can't. That's the only thing that comes back when Navajo signs something. Oh, you can't, you gotta ask us first. A good example is, the McGee line that runs through Arizona. If we decide to build solar field somewhere in Loop area or somewhere in Delicon area, we still have to ask Kurt McGee, can we tap into your line? He said, let us think about it. That's the same thing with the gas pipeline that runs through the Navajo Nation. We have to ask them to tap into it. When they came to Navajo, they were saying, please, can you get this? The world, the society needs it. These power lines, these gas lines are the artery of the United States. What you just showed earlier. That's the lifeline of the country. And we want to be fair. We want to be there at the table. And again, that's just my thought. And I think as we move forward, let's have more discussions on this and trying to find a solution where we could build this facility. I do agree that it's needed for this region. Back where I come from, we have a railway that runs from the city of Page up to the Black Mesa Silence. Probable, for for expansion. For the issue of trade. Navajo can benefit off of building railroad spurs to have storage, to store carts. We could build a facility where we could store materials that's imported. And charge a fee. That's what I mean, is that there's a lot of opportunities that I see on this particular project. Then the other is that somewhere, I think that as a government to government, some of our enterprises has a certain thing that they call Section 17, which is dealing with where our enterprises can benefit from this. If it's a government to government relation, they can buy from different tracts. So those are what I see. And we really want to take advantage of the Buy Indian Act. As an example. You have farm producers here in Nashville. We can get a facility that could certify our produce. Sell it to Walmart here, sell it to the grocery stores here indirectly. While this enterprise can benefit indirectly with produce being sold here at the local level. But I think right now that it's not feasible. I think Walmart wouldn't look at us, Safeway wouldn't look at us. What's the other grocery stores in Farmington? Smith's, yeah, they wouldn't look at us. Oh, you guys are Indian, from an Indian reservation. But when I'm getting to that, we want to make sure that we benefit from this as we move forward. And as a delegate from, not from this region, but overall, that's just my thought. I'm not gonna be here all my life in this position. But I'm willing to hear your pitch and see what could really be done to try to prove we could try to improve the livelihood of Navajo on this, and I think it's a big project. I thank you for your presentation, and just wanted to get this out there indirectly, and let's play ball. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I'm sure you for
Madam Chair. At this time, colleagues, are there any other questions or comments regarding this presentation? Madam Chair.
Thank you again for the presentation, Mr. Stark, and your colleague here. When I was with Eastern Regional Business Development Office, this project was brought up, then Mr. Trujillo was the director there with the Economic Development Office here in Farmington. And it's good to know that the project is progressing forward with that $2 million grant. The evaluation has been conducted. And again, by the end of December 2024, we did mention that the publication is going to be out. Now, based off of that, I would like to request, in terms of the market feasibility study, I guess what I need to know is what is the sustainability in terms of how long this railroad system can be utilized to transport goods. The reason why I say that is we're in the information technology era, and I know that back in the 1950s, the Farmington Aztec area already had a railway system, that Farmington gauge coming in from Durango, Silverton, and that direction. And that was basically just a steam locomotive, I understand. And with that, there has been discussions this far for several decades now. And this being a really great, project that would be, I would presume would be viable. Again, just looking at the whole overall snapshot of what you had shared here this morning with your presentation and how these fossil fuel industry power plants have been exiting, some have exited, and some are currently on the radar for closing. And it really does bring a concern, as Navajo Nation leadership, and as Speaker So had mentioned here this morning, we're trying to connect the dots and how do we bring, sustainability back to Navajo Nation in terms of what we call the multiplier effect through, our economy here on Navajo Nation. And I really think that would be a really great start if we really do create that strong alliance and partnership. That is the only way, we could, collectively move, this project forward. As I've seen, we already do have commitment from, President Nyland, who was head of the executive branch. And again, as leadership, we're also here wanting to say that we also agree with this project. Now, kudos to you all for getting that $4 million grant plus the $5 million. That just shows that, okay, we're wanting to, go to the next phase of this particular development. Now, one of the questions that I would have is, the city of Gallup, working with, the railway there, did a spur off of the coal basin or whatever. And I know that, they have distribution warehouses. I don't know if that's gonna be the same concept here, to be able to store goods so that there'll be, in terms of employment for a lot of our workforce, being Navajo. Now, the city of Gallup really got instrumental to where through their workforce solution program, they created this 3-month program at the University of New Mexico Gallup campus to bring individuals on where their tuition is paid for, their books are paid for. They just come and, participate in this program, and when they finish out, they get put into these particular skill work that the city of Gallup is offering for that real spur there. And I'm just wondering if that's gonna be the same concept that San Juan County is gonna be hopefully looking at. And again, as we all know, everyone in this room, that the high unemployment rate average on Navajo Nation is higher than the national average. And how do we want to help our, native relatives, not just Navajo, we got the Ute Mountain, relatives there to the north, and then surrounding here as well. So, and what is the current, average cost right now for a 1 mile of railroad construction as well? So, those are just some of the questions that I have at this point. Vice Chair Johnson, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'll take the turn
Okay.
back to our presenters.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Madam Chair. Those are all great questions. Probably have to remind me which ones I've missed. But, I'll start with the price of the rail today. When we started this project back in 2020, pre-COVID, pre all the construction inflation that we've seen, it was estimated that it was approximately $500 million to bring a spur up from the I-40 corridor. It's approximately, it is within a mile or two. All of these different routes are approximately 90 miles in length. One might be a little longer by a mile or two for 500 million. That's probably the biggest challenge of this project, to see it actually constructed and to do it with what we are hoping would be fortuitous timing with having, the MOU, the government to government relationship, which I think is so critical to move this project forward and to have a formal process by which we can do it to create that alliance that, I think is, I'll be honest with you, that's the reason we were told we received the grant. Because we had an alliance between San Juan County, the Navajo Nation, and the state of New Mexico DOT. They said that scored you the highest relative to alliances and other federal Christie grants, a lot of grants that were submitted to the DC office. So that was a big part of this success of that grant. But we're seeing now that this could be upwards of 1.5 billion. Just got that estimate a couple weeks ago, to run a spur up 90 miles. Now, the hope with all of this, like I said, the timing was fortuitous. We started this process, we were, got the $2 million grant doing the feasibility study. Then COVID hit, or hit actually before that. And then, federal funding was made available, funding, historic funding for infrastructure. That's part of why we were able to apply for a Chrissy grant. That was through, it was either the Inflation Reduction Act or the bipartisan infrastructure law that made that funding available. So the hope is, if this deems feasible, which we're pretty certain the study will point to be feasible, the next phase said, yeah, there's a route that will work and it's, agreed upon, collectively, that it's the right route, it meets all the environmental, cultural, economic needs, then the application could be made for a federal grant to cover the cost of the rail, which then makes it economically feasible for a short line rail provider to operate that line. And as I mentioned, I think, the true benefit here, in addition to the additional jobs and tax revenues that could be hopefully replaced with potentially lost, hopefully do more than that, would be the transloading facility. I think that would be an important economic opportunity for the Navajo Nation to own and operate the transloading facility. And that's been discussed many times. It's come up throughout a lot of these conversations, and that there's no objection to that. Especially given that the ideal location is just north of Mappy headquarters. So, is it this way? I'm disoriented.
It's that way.
That's north. I keep pointing over here, probably get some people concerned. So I think that would be the real opportunity here, is to see that happen. I know on this one of your other questions, I think was related to, workforce training. Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the benefits that we have in our area, when you look at Navajo Technical University, you look at San Juan College, both of those institutions do a great job of providing, programs that are needed to upskill or reskill our workforce here, whether it's, programs they have specific to coal-fired power, whether it's programs that are specific to, even agriculture. Both those institutions do a really good job of providing a number of key opportunities to provide the skilled workers that would be needed for a transloading facility. I didn't mention, typical transloading facility estimated that's 40 to 50 jobs that would be permanent full-time. But of course, then what the multiplier effect is, when you have all the industries that are here today that will potentially be here tomorrow because of freight rail, you would have the multiplier of all those additional jobs that come with it. And so that's the hope, that we would take the existing, tax base, the existing workforce, and then be able to reskill, retrain, and then have that opportunity for the future generations as a result of having this important economic development infrastructure. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you for your response at this time. Let me share your report.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for your response. So in terms of timeline, I know one of the biggest variable to make this project happen is always the financing part of this particular project to be built out. But in terms of timeline, what are we looking at for even to see the realization of this project come up if, funding goes as planned?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'll to the floor back to the representatives to respond.
Madam Chair. So yes, we're finishing up the feasibility study. Hopefully that all ends up by the end of December. Then we would transition because of the grant. In fact, we have a call in 2 weeks to actually talk about what the next steps look like with the new grant. The hope is that could be done within a 2-year timeframe. So you'd be looking at the end of 27. And then, like I said, a lot of things that have to happen between now and then, but and make sure everybody's agreeable that this is the right project and everybody likes the terms and conditions and it's gonna all work for everybody involved. Make an ask to the federal government for construction funding. And you're looking at, if that's successful, we've been told anywhere from 2 to 3 years to build it out, so that would put it right at 2030. Which would time out perfectly if NTEC's not able, or not NTEC, but Four Corners Power. Four Corners generating station wouldn't be able to continue in operation. There would be the new infrastructure in place, and hopefully providing new economic opportunities in the area. You were to ask me if the perfect world, we get all this built, and Four Corners stays in place, and new opportunities that come up that I know NTEC is working on with the NAV Energy Hub, which are very exciting, and I hope all falls into place. And coal mining can continue in Navajo mine and be used here locally and exported elsewhere. And now we just went from what was a hole in the ground in terms of, you know, being dug into a hole, to where we've come out on top, and we're all standing together on top of mountain claiming victory that we've saved a lot of good jobs. We've created new jobs, and then the tax revenues that come from that for the entire area. And I know sometimes there can be this, what is perceived to be an us versus them. I look at it as, this is our community, our region. We're all in this together to create a better future, not just for our generation, probably isn't for our generation, it's for the generations to come. So, hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your response at this time. I'm manager, you have any follow? Yeah, RDC colleague, you have a question?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Stark, who's going to be requesting the right of way? And that's my number one question. Number two, what would be the width of the right of way along the route there? Back to you, Vice Chair.
The chairman there, at this time, I'd like to present our small safety statements.
Mr. Vice Chair, Inez, the right of way width that's necessary, generally speaking, unless you've got some major obstacles, about 100 feet. So, look at the width of this room, maybe 3 times the size of this, going this way. So, not a very big corridor, very small in terms of the necessary requirements there. Your second question was related to, who would request the right of way?
Yes.
And, you know, that's a good question. I don't think that's been fully developed and determined as to who would be the agency requesting that. We've got a lot of different partners in this, with Navajo Nation, San Juan County, state DOT. You know, I think it ultimately would be determined about who would be best suited to do that and able to make it happen. Obviously, there would have to be, I'm assuming, a consulting engineering group involved in putting all the particulars together and presenting, complete application to the Navajo Nation. But the details of that have not yet been finalized.
Does that conclude your response?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair.
Chairman has a follow?
Thank you.
Thank you for your response at this time. And RDC colleagues, do you have any other questions? Comments?
Just. The other is, as I alluded to, changing to, following the nation's process. I think, San Juan County is probably also aware of it, is that, we have to make sure that we follow what's required for NEPA. And NEPA has a lot of different layers of things that you have to check off. And Navajo, they're especially in this region area, this is make sure that the cultural sensitivity, culture of sites and so forth is not really taken care of and honored. And so that, that way, a lot of individuals that hold these things as dear to them. The other is that also what is mapped out also, and we just need to make sure that we do understand that, because, it's just part of the process there, and if it's not fully followed and things like that, I think there's gonna be issues. Not from here, but from the local level. But just to be more transparent with the local level. And that way, we can continue to move forward. The other is that you alluded to local benefits. Those things can happen to a certain degree, but this, don't promise the world to them. They'll hold you responsible for it. And the nation does not have a mechanism that's in place to really fully allow chapters to receive those, but some companies are doing that with the nation at this time, but those are in small numbers. That way, you know, if there are no scholarship and things like that, you know, whatever, you know, those local benefits. Just make sure that you just don't promise the world to them and say, oh, we're gonna build you a new house. They won't hold you to it. And that's just what it is. In our policy, that's not there, it's not written in law yet. There's a particular legislation that requested, that was going through Navajo, the council, and that was one of the discussion in that particular legislation, and it passed because of that ask. And that ask was about $2 million a year into that one community. And the legislation passed council, but at the time, President Nance line item vetoed it. And then, yeah, that's what he did. But what I'm getting to is that, our laws really don't allow that to happen for the chapter, because they don't have certain processes that requires them to be held accountable to administer those funds. So therefore that, I think, just keep those numbers minimal if the project moves forward. Just make sure, but if you really want to give, chapters $1 million each that you're going through, you know, we can help you. But we have to create the policies in our laws so that those things can happen. That's just an example. I'm not, because what will happen is that, you know, people will say, what are you gonna do for us? Or how is it gonna benefit us? And once you say local benefits, there's gonna be numbers crawling through their heads, and think, oh, they can build me a home, they can build me a, fix my fence or whatever, you know. But when this is all I request, and be upfront with them, with any type of issues there. So that's all they want. It doesn't hurt to be straight up with them. And that's what I tell the other companies that come on Navajo. Don't try to twist their mind or twist their heart and things like that. Just be straight up with them. That's at least that, you know, they deserve that. As these permit holders that you're gonna be visiting, they're the ones that are gonna be consenting. And these permit holders, you know, just make sure that you just communicate with them. Because you're gonna get a lot of pushback, I tell you the truth. Non-permit holders will be putting their views in. But according to Navajo law and the federal CFR that outlines the leasing regulations, requires permit holders. So that's just where I'm at. And just make sure, just don't lie to them. So, thank you.
So. Okay, over to you. Response.
Sure, Mr. Vice Chair, Chairman. So, no, I wholeheartedly agree with you, and we've received a lot of feedback, and I think one of the things that the entire team has strived to do is to be upfront and honest. This isn't gonna solve every problem in the collective region. We're just trying to provide a solution to help with, future jobs and tax base and a lot of the comments, in fact, all of the comments we've received in the public meetings are all available online at the Four Corners Freight Rail website. So, and we've received a lot of them, a lot of opinions that have been shared with us, and but to be honest with you, it's very helpful, because then we're able to know, what the concerns are and how we can try to mitigate those. Or if they can be mitigated, there may be some of these routes that just, because of, for example, tribal allotment lands, if you're having to cross a large percentage of those, I think we've been advised by numerous folks, you'll probably never get the project done. So those probably aren't the routes to look at. So all of that's been very helpful, and I certainly appreciate your comments, just in regards to the project as a whole. So thank you. And the NEPA analysis, that would be a very intense effort. It covers both, at the federal level, but also the Navajo Nation level as well, to make sure we're meeting all the requirements for both agencies. Thank you.
Response to your comments, Chairman Sylvia Muller,
No, we can get.
good. The, anybody else have any questions or comments? Obviously, if not, so Ty, let's get to roll call vote.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports. Item A, Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Brenda Jesus, votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez, votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Wait,
Honorable Otto votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
For the roll call vote, thank you for your presentation and your time.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to go ahead and go back over to Chair Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair, for assisting me, and again, thank you to San Juan County for your presentation and for coming here before Resources and Development Committee. And this appears to be a really great project proposal, and we'd like to continue to work together as to how it's going to be a revenue stream for Navajo Nation. So again, thank you for being here, and let's continue to work together. And if you ever in the future need to make another report to the committee, just reach out to Mr. Todd, so we'll be able to get you all scheduled. So, and be safe out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So going on to item letter B, report from Navajo Housing Authority on the stability of the enterprise and chief executive officer's renewal. Again, colleagues, the request that was made here, should get members of the committee. We wanted, are any of the board of commissioners present here with you? Then, yeah. Apparently, the recommendation was of the board of commissioners was supposed to be here, alongside, the NHA staff to give a report to the committee in executive session. So colleagues, this is my recommendation, is if you want to defer this item on to a later date RDC meeting, where the request is to have the board of commissioners to be present. Because they're the ones that I believe that we will want to be asking questions. We call that eligible. So defer this item, Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that the committee, as we all know, is the oversight as well over the enterprise Navajo Housing Authority, even though they have a board that is set up. I'm wondering why that they don't make any effort to try and be present or to provide and be part of a report, the Board of Commissioners, that is. And I do agree that we should have a separate meeting, an executive session. And to really, perhaps, a letter needs to be written by our attorney and signed by both of you as chair and vice chair. And if that doesn't work, perhaps we could subpoena the Board of Commissioners, because to me, this is total disrespect for the Oversight Committee, and I don't appreciate that at all. They send who they want to send sometimes, but the last CEO has been very good to try her best to give a report to us, which I do appreciate. And I do concur that we could probably have all the committee members, all 6 of us present when we do have the Board of Commission. Maybe what we need to do is just set up one meeting and have them come before us in executive session, nothing else, nothing but them on the agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Bushy, thank you, Chair Nez, for your recommendation. Although Shiar, speaker so.
I think that, it's like sending the janitor to the Resource and Development Committee. We need to talk to the board members. So, no, I mean, and I think that the only way that we can hold them really responsible is that I think that one of us is to drop legislation to get legislation drafted to withhold the TDG. Because we need leverage. NHA has been in this process of always having a CEO for 1 year. You have the CEO that was doing excellent and automatically let go. Then the board says, oh, we're working, we can't come down. You look at the former CEO of Maureen Purley, it's the same thing that happened. The board couldn't make quorum. And then it's the same thing that happened with CEO Frank Daish. All of a sudden, the board let him go. And then that's what happened with the board, with the there's a CEO there that was there for about 6-7 months. And then there was an acting CEO put in place, which came from within NHA. And they fired her within about 6-7 months through her tenureship. And they had, so if you look at the timeline, that's a timeline of over maybe 6-7 years that they've been operating with a CEO, just letting them work 1 year and then letting them go. And then they have their acting CEOs in place, but that's with internally the workers. These board members come to the committee to say, hey, we want to be a board member. We want to improve housing. When you look at NHA today, how many homes have they built? Again, when you look at Navajo Nation using their ARPA money for housing, we are passing NHA on building homes. They're supposed to be responsible to build tribal homes for our people here on Navajo. So Zaho, with the last CEO in place, I remember coming to RDC saying that I'm thinking about dropping legislation to withhold the TDG, or let's remove the board members. So I think that's where we need to go. And I do agree, we need a separate meeting. A separate meeting on this, and members of the Resource and Development Committee, I will go ahead and move to drop this to legislation. I think we need to have that as leverage. Because if that's not on the table, the board members are going to continue to stay wherever they're at Salt Lake and Albuquerque, wherever they're living. They wanted this board position. We gave it to them. Where are they? They're probably not even on the call. So, I think that's, it's too long. I thought that NHA was changing. And, I will move forward to, have a conversation also with the president, because we need to have the president's support on this. Because it's just something that needs to happen, and maybe we remove the board and put a temporary board in place. Because even if we remove the board, now, there's gonna be, no board, but we have to find that solution to put a temporary board back in place. So that we could continue to make sure that there's stability in NHA. So that's the only thing that is my issue. And I am really, not, it don't sit well with me. And I hope that we're not gonna be returning any more federal dollars with you. And that's what my eyes and my ears is on. I wanna know how much money are we gonna be reverting back to the federal government? And those are my concerns. And that's just, from me. But I wish the board chair was here. Or, any of the board, that's who we need to talk with indirectly. To see what in the world is going on within NHA. So, thank you very much, Kat.
Appreciate, thank you, Speaker, Chair Ness.
I would like a motion that we defer this report and have a separate RDC special meeting and executive session with the Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Appreciate, thank you, Chair Ness. So I do have a motion and I have a second by Vice Chair Johnson. So again, to our legislative staff, we'll defer this item and make it specifically possibly a special resources development committee meeting to have a meeting with Navajo Housing Authority, inviting the Board of Commissioners. So I'd like to work with our legal counsel and also our chief legal counsel, Ms. Espino, to see if we can get letters out to the Board of Commissioners, whether they're subpoenaed, in hopes that they can be physically present in person for this dialogue. So that is noted here. So do we need to take vote on this?
Madam Chair. May I,
Um,
before you vote,
Hold on, Mr. Henry, hold on. So, Ms. Khan, there was a motion in a second to defer this to a later RDC meeting, but as chair of RDC, I'm saying that this would be a special RDC meeting specifically just to talk with the BOC members, and also in regards to what was stated here on the agenda, stability of the enterprise and the CEO's renewal contract. So do I need to get a vote on this, Ms. Khan, or not?
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, you're going to be doing two things. One is to defer the report, and the second is to set a special RDC meeting for that purpose. It is helpful with regard to scheduling for the setting of the meeting, and you do have action items in which you do set a special meeting time, so that would be a reason to have a vote on it, because you're going to set a special meeting time. And with regard to changing, making a change to your agenda, you're not going to hear the report now. You will hear it at a later date, and therefore this, I believe, would be a necessity to have a vote.
Okay. So in terms of the date for sometime in November, I know that a lot of us, our schedule has been sent out by Rodney. We are pretty much committed till the 15th of November, Collins, and then we of course have our regular resources development meeting on the 18th. And I don't know if we want to add this in, or do we want to have it on a special day sometime the week of the 18th of November. If you could please look at your calendar.
Madam Chair,
So,
some items.
So, colleagues, I will have, acting, chief executive officer, Mr. Lavon Henry, that would like to go ahead and, just make a good response in invocation. Chairman, we allow Henry, opportunity to say something on that, right now as the acting CEO.
Well, the report is supposed to be given in executive session. And if he could not speak to issues that are sensitive, I'm okay with it.
Okay, so Mr. Henry, you are, you do have the floor, and anything sensitive, ACA for executive session for.
Yes, ma'am, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I came up here because the board wanted to send their apologies because they couldn't make it. And actually, I had a conversation with their legislative advisor about that point, that they could not make it. There's school that they're teaching, there's work that had to be done and scheduled we're just couldn't make it. They actually got the notice, I believe it was late last week sometime. And they could not rearrange their schedule because they have their individual work that they have to take care of. So coming up here, that's the apology that they wanted to send. The other thing is I also talked to the legislative advisor about the next point or the next meeting with the board. And he had said that November 25th would be the date with the RDC meeting that the Board of Commissioners would attend. I did let the board know, and so they are aware. I've already heard from one who said that he is available on that day. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Rodney?
Madam Chairman of RDC, I did notify and I did share that exchange of emails with you guys regarding the board could not make today's meeting. I did speak with Mr. Lavon Henry on this matter and looking at the regular schedule. I did indicate that the Monday of November 25th would be feasible as that is Thanksgiving week and everything tends to slow down, that they could present during that time. However, we can change the date, but it would be up to their schedule as they're dealing with school and teaching as well too.
Thank you, Rodney. Speaker, sir.
That's the reason why I alluded to in my conversation that they couldn't make it because of certain things that they have scheduled. But what I'm getting to is that they wanted these positions. They should be here. I know you're acting CEO. I have issues pertaining to, are you serving as a CEO or are you serving as legal counsel? Who is the legal counsel at this time? Who is in that capacity? And that is where I have an issue. And that's something that I think that right now, if you're in the capacity as an acting CEO, have you rescind your position as legal counsel to NHA? Because I think you would be in a conflict of interest at this time. And like I said, we've been asking, we even asked NHA to come in at some point. The board, the CEO came. And that's what I told the CEO the same thing. Why isn't it the board is not here? And at the time, Ms. Duncan said, we're just here to make a report. Where is the board member, we asked? And it seems like they don't want to come. And I think that this really portrays, if you're a board member, you try to make sure to come to these meetings. And they have something of value, which is called the tribal designee, the THE. And now I'm just one person from the delegates, from the 24 delegates, one person out of RDC. I'm worried about the monies that come in the name of Navajo. What is NHA doing? And with the behavior of having a CEO change out every year. Maureen Curley expressed that frustration to me. She said the board didn't want to meet, didn't want to address that. There's one board member that resigned verbally, but came back to the seat. Because she didn't do it in the form of a paper form. It just tells you that there's no interest in trying to provide the necessary housing needs on Navajo. And how do we hold these board members responsible to the Navajo people? We're in these capacities, we're the ones that get asked these questions. I don't see NHA at my chapter meeting yesterday, talking about housing. Again, NHA just up the road from there, I didn't have the manager there. I said, hey, Tuba City chapter, this is what we're doing in Tuba City. Again. In all the chapter meetings that, when I came in from to council to today, yesterday's chapter meeting, NHA never showed up at my chapter meeting, once. While they're just down the road from here, from the Tuba City chapter. And that's what's fueling me. Someone fell asleep at the wheel. And I think whoever fell asleep at the ones that are falling asleep at the wheel is that the board. Because if the board is an active board that is really trying to serve the need of what the tribal visit, the TVHE gives you guys, no one is pretty much awake over there, I think. That's the reason why I'm not too sure how the staff is. What's the how's the staff feeling? What is going on here? One staff member told me, we're told not to talk to council. What? There's no law that prohibits you to talk to me. But no, NHA's in that, let me go. That's the reason why she not let. And I think this TVHE is really something of value that we need to really pull back to the table and utilize that as a bargaining chip. Because right now, they're not listening. And one of the board members, Mr. Sloan, if you're on the line, Mr. Gay, if you're on the line, and I think there's one more. Yazi. I really see that this is not responsible. And I will drop those two legislations. And we need to find a solution to get a temporary board in place so that we can continue to meet the needs of our Navajo people under the TVHE. So that's just where I'm at. I about had it. So we removed the board on the 23rd council for the same reasons. And I think there's guidance there that we can move forward to move them off and put a temporary board in place to govern into NHA until we get stability back into NHA. So that's just where I'm at. I think right now nothing ain't gonna pull me back on it. I will move forward with that. And Mr. Henry, I know you're in a tough predicament. And if you're gonna be the CEO, you need to resign as the legal counsel from NHA. I think there's a conflict of interest there. So that's just where I'm at. If you want to stay as legal counsel, you stay as legal counsel, have them select a new CEO or a temporary CEO until whatever selection has done. Well, we'll see. I don't know. But that's just my thought. I've been thinking about this since I, thought about this. This issue came and I was like, what's going on? Why is it that these
Speaker, so,
things go? So,
I'm
thank you.
gonna interject here. These all about us too. We are talking about employees here. Mr. Levon Henry is an employee, so if I got Boston too, yeah. So with that, we do have a motion in a second. I'd like to allow, Monday, November the 25th, 2024, the regular RDC meeting to be, just geared towards this discussion. We know nothing else on the agenda. I wanted that week to clear that week for RDC members, for family, you know, to get together and everything, but just that Monday, it'll be at 10 a.m. I'd like to request to Mr. Henry if we can have it there at the Navajo Housing Authority conference room, starting at 10 a.m. So, with that, I'd like to go ahead and, take a vote on this, colleague. So with that, we have a motion in a second on Rodney. Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to change my motion that we do defer this to a special meeting at the date unknown. We can suspend the floor rules and add this meeting onto the agenda. But my motion will be to just defer to a special RDC meeting or a regular RDC meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Ness. So with that, do you concur, Vice Chair? I think party okay. So with that, defer this to a regular or special meeting. And again, we already have the location. So with that, Rodney, I'd like to go ahead and take this to roll call vote, please.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call for deferring today's report on the Navajo Housing Authority stability of the enterprise and the Chief Executive Officer's renewal. Move it to Monday, November 25th as the only item on the agenda to be held at NHA Board. Honorable Sean Claw, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, motion carries, and this will be coming back around on November the 22nd on a Monday. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Henry and Ms. Pardon? Oh, 25th at 10 a.m. So Rodney will be reaching out just for the final logistics, okay? And see, Audrey, thank you so much. Auto going on to item letter C, report from the Navajo Agriculture Products Industry, NASI and Navajo Pride LLC on the FY 24 annual audits for NASI's plan of operation, Article 10, 11, 12, 13. This will require executive sessions. Anyone have lunch first?
The Madam Chair, members of RDC, lunch is ready and it's available in the NAPI conference room. I would recommend maybe a 30-minute recess for staff and attendees to get lunch before we go into executive session on receiving reports, item C.
Well, thank you for that, Rodney. So I'll go ahead and allow that opportunity for a 30-minute lunch break. And I just want to thank NAPI for providing lunch here this afternoon. So we will go ahead and recess for 30 minutes, starting at 12:20 p.m. and reconvening at 12:50. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues, and as we continue to move on with our Resources Development Committee meeting, at this time, we are on item number 5, receiving reports, letter C, report from the Navajo Agriculture Products Industry, Navajo Pride LLC, on their FY 24 annual audit for NAFI's plan of operation for Article 13. Now, this requires executive session. I believe we have, the EPA firm here, also Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Zeller. And we do have, Ms. Denise Hayes, who's the delegated CFO, and Martina Lewis, who is the delegated controller for NAFI. Is there anyone else who would like to be in this, executive session? Mr. Zeller, the the board members for sure. And
I'm quite comfortable with Ms. Yasi here in case you have questions about operations. And Mr. Thompson, who oversees the trading and hedging,
okay.
and then of course we have the two auditors here, so.
The two auditors, okay. So with that, colleagues, it was recommended to have, the key stakeholders to NAFI to be in attendance for this executive session. So it's time I'd like to request, everyone out to, okay, how long is it be in executive session, would you prefer?
15 to 20 minutes.
All right, okay, I motion.
Okay, so we want to do, maybe 5 minutes, is that good? Good time?
30 minutes?
30 minutes?
30 minutes.
Okay, we'll be in executive session for 30 minutes. Again, the individuals are going to be members of the Resource Development Committee, our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, and our legislative services staff. We do have the NAFI team members here that are in attendance, and also board members, and we have the auditors, and I guess that's it. So with that, I need to get a motion to go to executive session for 30 minutes, colleagues.
Motion.
Chair Ness, second by Speaker So. And Rodney, can you take roll call vote to go into executive session?
And Madam Chairman, as I've already seen, this is roll call vote for entering to executive session for receiving reports, item C, for 30 minutes. Honorable Sean Cloud, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Audito, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Audito votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
So motion carries to go into executive session, and we will go to executive session at, do you have to set up the Zoom?
107.
107, okay. All right, so Okay,
Yeah.
colleagues, thank you again for, the executive session with, NAPI and Navajo Pride LLC. So with that, colleagues, I need a motion to exit out of the executive session.
Motion.
Speaker so, may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson, Rodney, can we take roll call vote to exit out of the executive session?
Madam Chairman, of already seen this is roll call vote for receiving reports, item C, exiting out of executive session. Honorable Shannon Cloud, vote. Excuse Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
I agree.
Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting, exit out of executive session at 1:35 PM.
We're great.
So we're not going to, back to the main, motion on accepting the report, may I get a motion? Vice Chair Johnson, can I get a second?
Second.
Chair Nez. I'd like to go ahead and take it to a roll call vote.
Madam Chairman, I've already seen this as a roll call vote for receiving reports, item C. Honorable Shannon Cloudy, vote. Excuse Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Lynn Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, that motion carries accepting report from NAPI and Navajo Pride on their audit performance for FY 2024. So with that, colleagues, I believe, we'd like to go ahead and take a photo session with the, dividend payment that was made by, Navajo Agriculture Products Industry. Again, there is a dividend payment of $1 million that will be going back to Navajo Nation. And again, I'd like to thank the NAPI team along with the board members and also the CPA firm that were able to make this happen. And again, thank you to everyone at NAPI and board members in making this possible and seeing a net profit at the end of your fiscal year to make this dividend payment back to Navajo Nation, where Navajo Nation can utilize this for the programs that Navajo Nation currently operates. So I guess colleagues, we can go up to the front for a picture.
2 million.
Okay, we're back.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back, and again, I just want to thank Nat. Again, I just want to thank Nappy and to all the staff there with the agricultural activities there with Nappy. You know, for the staff that are out there planting and out there constantly trying to get these crops out to people and households and even the markets out there. Because of your hard work that Navajo Nation, Nappy sees a profit at the end of the year. So just know that you are recognized, and although you may not be here in person, but we appreciate everything that you all do as employees of NAPI. And again, to the board members as well, thank you for your participation, for being here today. And then with the $1 million that was presented as a dividend payment back to Navajo Nation, thank you so much. So with that, I'd like to go and continue on to item 6, old business legislation 121-24. We do have co-sponsor Vice Chair Johnson here. And an action relating to resources, or Rodney, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have legislation number 0121-24, an action relating to resource and development, endorsing the amendment to plan of operation of the Eastern Navajo Agency Council. This legislation was read into the record in its entirety on Monday, October 14th, 2024. This legislation was tabled by Honorable Brenda Jesus and seconded by Sean Anclaw, with a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and vice chair not voting. This legislation was deferred to November 4th at 10 a.m. to be held at NAPI headquarters. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is for legislation number 0121-24.
Okay, so at this time, I'd like to get a motion.
Motion.
Well, actually, we have a motion already at the meeting several weeks ago by Vice Chair Honorable Johnson and second by Honorable Chair Nez. So right now, we just need to go back into discussion of this particular legislation, right, Rodney?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC need to make a motion to take this legislation off the tabling motion and put it back on the agenda.
Okay. So with that, colleagues, again, this legislation, as mentioned by Mr. Tahi, this legislation was tabled 3 weeks ago at a regular RDC meeting. And I do believe that the action item that was supposed to take place within the time period granted has been completed. So with that, I would need to get a motion to get this off of tabling motion.
Sure. I'd like to motion that we bring legislation 0121-24, which was tabled previously, to untable it and bring it back to the floor for discussion.
Question, thank you, Chair Nez. With that, colleagues, we do have a motion to untable legislation 121-24, may I have a second?
Second.
Speaker So with that, we take it to roll call vote, Rodney.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation 0121-24, taken off table in the legislation. Honorable Sean Anclaw, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Honorable Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Chair not voting for taking it off tabling legislation.
Okay, so motion carries to take legislation 121-24 off tabling and putting it back for discussion. So with that, how do we proceed with this? Do I just give Vice Chair the floor now?
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, Vice Chair Johnson, you are the co-sponsor to this particular legislation. And I don't know if we have any updates, but if you could just please share that with colleagues here, we will allow 20 minutes presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Resource and Development Committee, for bringing us back to the discussion. And at this time, this is the legislation 01-24. And this is purpose of this legislation to endorse the amendment of the Eastern Navajo Agency Council Plan of Operation. The endorsement of the amended Eastern Navajo Agency Council Plan of Operation Plan does not waive the purposes, requirements, and authorities of the Local Governance Act 26, Revolution Code subsection 1. So at this time, I do have our agents here. You know,
We can, let's see there, Larry.
So, like, Madam Chair has stated, there was a discussion with the DOJ, chapter unit, East Water Brigade, and the Eastern Agency Council. This time I'd like to, defer some time over to, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I should not die. Sponsored. Madam Chair, members of our RDC staff, legislative and guests. I think, attorney, brigade, one of the brigades online, hopefully. We've come before RDC several months ago, or weeks ago, and we requested to amend original resolution from 2021. So we're updating our plan of operation. In that discussion, we reviewed it and it was recommended by Henry to go back and meet with the legislative offices with his prosecutor, not prosecutor, attorney, nomination, separate attorney. Roger McKay. So we met with him, we went over the recommendations that the committee made, we made those amendments, and the amendments were emailed out to everyone, and I think we pretty much complied with the recommendations. Our intent is to update our plan of operations so we can locally govern the operations for 31 chapters. And work with the council, work with the executive, and also Department of Justice, Navajo Nations. And fall under the Navajo Nation legislative sections because they were the group that recognized us as agency council with the first plan of operation. Our goal is to do it locally with in compliance with Title 26, and hope that we locally govern ourselves as agency in the past compared to what's happening now today with ASC. How hard to cover ASC, LGA, I'm here to really think about this. Agency, they don't change on that, they don't hundred of that, this, the agent wouldn't cut. They can help you need to know that, you know, I should be, in correction, no, this, I'm there, it's all that, yeah. For this, put it down on this, I'm here, and go, oh, I'm going to ask, the way they took it, we should be us, so then they were very, every past, so. Based on his components, so community of other secretary, treasurer of legal department. Although in the unhealed questions, it's a matter of the intention of funds availability of the agency council membership. My God, I'm trying to keep I found there's nothing much to prediction and there's kind of things and maybe I'm not a big thank you. There's nothing much to people in turn $50 per week. Although executive officer gave, but they don't keep it, there's up to 400 payment. we can develop our task force, as well as, special committees at local levels to work on these, projects that we're working with. State, federal, or county Navajo Nation, Navajo Agriculture, so you know much stuff, it's about, other rule of order of the government. In the, form, I think, start, I think, I need to know, that's a date of that chapter, that's it, that was clarified, it's. We have 31 chapter, so. To conduct, business, we said 16 chapters need to be present. So even about anything, I don't know, I keep up with those, and when, those don't think of things, so president, I'm here. Picture of activity. So it didn't mean, we have to sit down and speak out the floor and delegate that to advice or either vice versa, so other than, so the people who execution. We did, hospital chapter, bring them. I don't feel that for years, really, I don't think of it, other this executive or this council, chapter official man board. Go, council delegate, so I don't impact. Election board supervisor, I don't need the school board, I think, sorry, it makes the government body of the agency council. I don't know, executive director, just out, she's okay, maybe think of the agency, You basically don't let it out of the case, you can't, either the car, yeah, another example. The handle on the case, and the other thing, other agencies that they can go, they go after that. But they don't, they think it on the days with the nice, so, the hunting, yeah. Madam Chair.
Pushing. Vice Chair. The complete presentation.
Yes, I'd like to, let's have the amendment to the legislation.
Okay. Okay. Pushing. So with that, thank you, for your presentation. And again, I already have a motion in a second. Chair, Nancy, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Johnson for co-sponsoring this legislation for Eastern Agency Council. Since all the corrections were made to Exhibit A and a replacement has been sent to us by Ms. Khan, our attorney, I'd like to make a motion for Amendment 1 that we replace Exhibit A.
The question? Thank you,
With
Chair.
all the strikeovers and underlying languages. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Chair. Next, so colleagues, we do have amendment number 1. And the amendment was, sent out to us by our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, to switch out to the amendment.
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this would be amendment number 2, the legislation number 0121. Amendment number 1 was made on October 14th.
Okay, so amendment number 2, motion by Chair Naz to switch out the document of Exhibit A. Exhibit A, so may I get a second, please?
Second.
Second by Speaker So.
For discussion purposes.
Okay, colleagues, do we have any questions at this time regarding amendment number 2? Speaker So.
Just some of, we know that I always say that the agency council, needs a, path to with more authority. And like, for instance, like transportation, some of the, the pre-planning of transportation such as housing how, you know, and I think that could come in the future as an amendment. Because housing wise and transportation wise and infrastructure wise, that will give us a something coming from the local level instead of, you know, we as council, we end up running around as little project managers in Wonderland. For our chapters, whether it's for infrastructure, community development, transportation, roads, things like that. But I think that, if those recommendations could come up from the agency level up to council, would be very, very, instrumental to take a lot of the, I guess, the weight that we have at council. And then, and at the same time, you know, it will give us a glimpse of where the need of infrastructure is needed. Transportation routes, or, you know, power line, or housing, you know, things like that. So that, you know, in the future, I see the nation as just appropriating monies out. Say, hey, we're gonna appropriate this much monies out to the, out into for purpose of infrastructure, based off of the recommendation from the agency, you know, things like that. And, you know, I see agency reports done, and it's just a reporting mechanism. And at times, I look at it as another, that informative though they can. It becomes like more of a, I start to see it again as a mechanism to campaign again. So, you know, but somewhere we have to draw that line to make sure that we're not doing that. That's one. Number two is that, we find a better, or how can we enhance the agency council's so that they can provide that. Years ago, the agency road committee would be at that level, and they determined where things were at. So that's just something that I see, and given that planning back at the local level, because, for instance, when monies are appropriated, let's use Citizen as an example. The what was dispersed on the 23rd council, the 100 million. Some of those $100 million projects that were identified for each delegate region, some of those projects are moving, some of them are completed. About 80% of it is still sitting in those accounts, waiting for the due diligence to happen. So it's just sitting there. Meaning that these projects that were funded were pretty much projects that are not ready, not shovel ready. But I think that somewhere we need to start looking at that aspects, and how can we utilize the agency council to try to help the chapters with this, to make those recommendations. And I think that it's feasible. The other is that I think that we need to go back to the chapter distribution. I know that the line items are, that's the chapter, they're line items for agency council meetings. And I think that as the monies are appropriated to the I almost said the conservative budget, the comprehensive budget. Maybe that's where we need to add in the 5 agency council, so that they could have their own budgeting for their personnel at those agency council meetings. Because you have the president, vice president, and the secretary sitting there and and things like that. And when you look at it, there's no staffing for them at then. There's nobody really trying to take notes, nobody trying to help the chair or vice chair for, you know, to conduct those meetings. And things like that, but I think that moving forward that this legislation says endorsing the amendment of the amending the plan of operation in Navajo agency, so or endorsing now. Ako, then the other is that we need to work on codifying this into law. How do we get it into Title 26 to make it stand, or wherever we need to put it. And that way, it's established for something. And, not just some just to, release your energy over there, your anger at those meetings, you know. And it is, to see the kid, I think the agency councils are a very, very good tool. And just need to find a better way to utilize them. So it is to see the kid, so I've been about these things, but moving forward, I do support the legislation. Thank you.
Pushing? Yeah, thank you, Speaker. So, Turnez, can I yield the gavel over to you?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'll be the pro tem chair as I recognize Madam Chair to have the floor at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Turnez, hello, for those colleagues, and then for the Honorable Vice Chair Johnson. Hello, for the Eastern Agency Council President, Mr. Johnson, thank you. To you and your colleagues and working on this particular legislation to, I guess, regionalize the Eastern Navajo Agency Council. So this question is actually going to be, and we do have legal counsel, Mr. McGay on the call, Rodney, okay. The question is going to be to Mr. Roderick McGay. I just want to ask Mr. Begay in regards to when this legislation is accepted by Resources and Development Committee. I know that amendments to Title 26 Finance Act or the Appropriations Act or even Title 12 and allowing this authority to the Eastern Navajo Agency Council. When can these amendments start happening so it'll be parallel? The reason why I say this is because I could already hear Budget and Finance Committee when it comes to FY 2026 budget allocation, comprehensive budget development. Asking Resources and Development Committee, what were you thinking when you approved this legislation? But it has to be in these title code laws, or even the Finance Act or Appropriations Act, that this Eastern Agency Council has to be identified in there. So what is your recommendation in regards to these amendments that need to be made to the title codes or even any other acts that is related to appropriation of funding? So again, that would be my question to legal counsel, Mr. McGay, for Department of Justice Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your question. At this time, Mr. Roger Begay will respond to the question by Madam Chair.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yate, Pro Tem Chair, though members of RDC. I would actually like a few days to actually think about that question, because my understanding, based on the meeting I had a couple of weeks ago on this legislation, was this plan of operation was kind of like a foresight. You know, this is what the agency plans for. And so there was some recognition that there needed to be some things put in place in order to effectuate. And I feel like the agency council officers need to also answer this question because I had covered some of the things that are important, like some of the establishments of a administrative headquarters, and how this entity is would be a legislative branch entity. So, and what I mean by that is we all know that Eastern Navajo Agency Council was the first agency council with a plan of operation certified by the former Intergovernmental Relations Committee. That was back then, and agency councils existed long before that. They were just the first agency council with a plan of operation, and then other agencies soon followed. And so, in the spirit of what was created 23 years ago, we're using that as a basis and saying, okay, the the agency council wants or plans to expand beyond that. And so what my review was, um, it was limited to how does this conflict or how is it consistent with the Local Governance Act? And it goes again back to Section 1 of Title 2, saying that chapters are not under any of the three branches of government. And so, how do we reconcile all of those things? And the way I reconciled it when I met with the group was that the agency council continues to be recognized under the legislative branch like they were 23 years ago. And under that view, we are looking at this particular plan of operation. So if this is in fact really a legislative branch entity, then it would be a client of Ms. Khan's and not necessarily DOJ. But technically speaking, it's still a consortium of chapters. So there's, that's why the chapter unit is involved. So this is something that we probably would need to be discussed between Ms. Khan and I. Having said that, this is a planning document, as I understand, and I think Mr. Johnson can make that clarification for us that, there are some provisions in here that seem to cross over into other things, but my understanding, based on our meeting 2 weeks or a few weeks ago, was this is a planning document. This is not going to happen overnight. They do understand that, they're not going to be at the table when they're doing the annual budget next time in front of Budget and Finance Committee. So I'm thinking that there will be a need to amend some of the budget documents and budget areas because and I don't know if that includes Title 12 or not, because the Title 12 is actually the Appropriations Act, which is very, very general. And so I don't think it includes that, maybe just a budget instructions manual. But these are things that I think are discussions because this is a planning document. And, and that's where I'm coming from. My job was to see how can we move forward with the legislation as is. But if the committee uh, and there's a consensus by the RDC saying, well, we want to know the answers to these questions before we move forward. I think, Ms. Khan and I would have to have that conversation and possibly with the Eastern Navajo Agents Council and the RDC as well to discuss some of those things. So I hope that uh, responds to the question, Mr. Chair, Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. McKay. Madam Chair, do you have a follow-up question?
No, he clarified, thank you.
No? Okay, thank you, and I'll hand the gavel back to you, Madam Chair.
Your worship, thank you, Chair Nance, for assisting me. So with that, any other questions, colleagues? Speaker Sutton?
The other is that, since Roger's on the line, it sounds like the chapters are under Title 26, and this organization would go under Title 2. So on the compensation portion, because the chapters get their monies off of the funding, off of the trust fund. And that's disseminated out to the chapters each comprehensive budget season. And we know that the chapter monies that come out of the trust fund is tied to chapters under Title 26. Will it be lawful for them to utilize monies that's allocated to the chapters, which are under Title 26, but utilizing the chapter trust fund account to pay for the stipends for the agency council for the chapters? And is that allowable inside the chapter's trust fund policy, the fund management plan? Because you have two separate titles here that's in the set that's in the guidance on this. And if the trust fund is identified for the chapter and only for the chapters and under Title 26, will they be able to utilize this as their compensation? Or would council have to find other resources or budget it into the next upcoming comprehensive budget season?
Question. Thank you, Speaker So, going back to, Mr. Begay, in regards to Speaker So's questions in regards to the budget for compensation.
Nana, Honorable Delegate, Madam Chair, there's right now, if you look at the chapter budget policies under the budget instructions manual, there's only 3 fund accounts that are available for stipends, and only one of them technically would be allowed for additional stipends. So, for example, in Fund 10, no, I'm sorry, Fund 12, which is the chapter official stipend fund. Right now, we know that annually it's budgeted for 12 regular meetings, 12 planning meetings, and 4 agency council meetings. But some chapters have carryover. So would they be able to access that excess carryover? And the answer is yes, because the Fund 12 budget policy says if funds are available, chapters may allocate stipends in an order of priority. And the priority is first emergency, then special chapter meetings, and then third agency council meetings. And so, that would be a financial resource for that. However, there's still no obligation for central government to add additional stipends unless it wanted to. And if you read the plan of operation, they're requesting to lobby for additional funds. And so, but to go back to Doug So's questions about whether they can access certain trust funds, in order to do that, those trust fund management plans would need to be amended. And so again, it's kind of relates to the other question about, how this impacts other things, how this new plan of operation impacts other areas. So obviously, if the chapter or the Eastern Navajo Agency chapters wants to access some of the trust fund accounts in order to pay for stipends, the additional stipends that are not allocated in the normal budgeting process, then they would have to lobby for and receive an amendment from the Budget and Finance Committee, because it's the Budget and Finance Committee who approves those fund management plans for those trust funds and those other chapter fund accounts. So there would obviously be some kind of coordination in order to do that. But again, I hope that answers your question.
Question, thank you, Mr. Begay. Speaker, so does that clarify your question?
Yeah.
Question? All right, any other questions? So again, colleagues, you heard from legal counsel that this is a planning document. And again, to set the stage hopefully for the other 4 agencies across Navajo Nation. So yet with still more in-depth, discussions that need to take place. And when it gets to that, we'll definitely reach back out to Eastern Agency Council. So I do have a motion and a second on this legislation. So at this time, with no more questions.
Madam Chair, members of Resource Development Committee, I need to read the amendment number 2 into the record.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is amendment number 2 to legislation number 0121-24. 1, replace exhibit A, amendment number 1 with a new exhibit A, the Eastern Navajo Agency Council's plan of operation, which is attached to this amendment. 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph, sections, and exhibit as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation, and it's an exhibit to implement the Navajo Nation's Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendment, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is amendment number 2 read into the record.
Okay, thank you, Rodney. So we do have a motion by Chair Nez and second by Speaker So. So with that, no more questions. I'd like to go ahead and take it to roll call vote for amendment number 2, Rodney.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 2 to legislation number 0121-24. Honorable Shannon Claw, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Ottiso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ottiso votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Motion carries for amendment number 2 on legislation 121-24. Going back to main motion on legislation, do we have any additional comments or questions, colleagues? Going once, going twice. With that, Rodney, let's take it to roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0121-24. Honorable Shannon Claw, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes warrior green.
Vice Chair Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Ottiso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Speaker So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
They both went to 2 nice. Okay, so with that, motion carries for legislation 121-24. And again, as we go forward, there appears to be more in-depth discussion that we would have to have. For your effort in developing this plan of operation. And then also to our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, and also Mr. Begay, we'll definitely schedule a time when you feel like it's fit to come back together for the additional discussion that we had here today. So yeah. So going on to item number 7, new business, we have none. Number 8, close of meeting. We have any announcements before we close the meeting? Chair Ness?
Madam Chair, I just have a concern from chapters. They contacted me on numerous occasions. They're asking about their continued resolution chapters FY25 budget. They're asking when they're going to get the monies. When we would pass a budget at the end of September, when the fiscal year ends, afterwards, it takes about a month or 3 weeks, and then the chapters would get it. Since we passed this continuing resolution, it's like, I guess about that time, but a little bit more time. And I'm wondering if you guys are, having your chapters ask you about their budgets, because mine is. So maybe you can have at our next meeting, DCD or controller give a report on it or something.
A question?
Or you can just email them and let us know.
Okay.
Either way, thank you.
I want to thank you, Chair Nez. And yes, my chapters were both asking, the reason why they were trying to approve the carryover budget so that they could have operations. But, this question was also posed to Controller McCabe at the last, what was it, council meeting or not, tip. And, apparently, there's something about, you know, that since it's just for 6 months with this continuing resolution, I don't know if we have to calculate numbers, but I'll definitely send an email out and I'll CC all of you on the email and then see if we can get a response by Controller McCabe or Mr. Robert Woody, who I usually CC on the email. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, Chair Nez. Any other colleagues with any announcements? Going once, going twice. With that, I'd like to call for adjournment at 2:26 p.m. May I get a motion?
Motion.
Okay, I'll do Vice Chair Johnson and second by Chair Nez. Colleagues, do we have any questions on adjournment? Rodney, let's go ahead and take it to roll call vote.
Madam Chairman, I've already seen this as roll call vote for adjournment at 2:26 p.m. Honorable Sean Cloud, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Chair Casey Johnson, votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Addison, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Addison votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so adjournment again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Matthew for hosting us today. It was an awesome lunch. Hopefully we don't lose it on the real, but right, we eat a lot. And be safe out